All right, good morning, you guys. Welcome to the Museum of Glass Hot Shop. My name's Charlotte, so I'm going to be your MC for today. If you have any questions that come up while you're hanging out and watching the glass blowers, let me know. Today's a pretty relaxed day. We're going to just be blowing some glass for you. There's nothing like super particular that we're making. We don't have a resident artist. Usually every week we have an artist in who's basically renting the space to work in it. But today's kind of a free day for our glass blowers here at the museum. So you can see that we already have a blown object, so it's kind of a cup shape right now, and we'll just have to see where it goes from there. And again, if you have any questions, let me know. So you might have noticed in this middle bench here, we actually broke the blown piece off of its original blowpipe, and we switched on to a new pipe so that we could start working with the opposite side of it. So Ben is going in, heating up that opening so he can actually trim away some of that excess and then be able to start opening up the outer walls. So you can see how we're able to just tap it right off of its pipe. So this is basically sending vibrations through that metal pipe, allows it to actually hit the weak spot of where the connection is made between the pipe and the blown piece. We're able to knock it off, put it away into our annealer so that it can then eventually be cooled down to the room temperature. So I don't know if some of you noticed, but while we were finishing off that cup that he was making in the middle bench, Sarah was actually preparing the next piece that we're going to be starting on. And so we already have the starter ready to go. And he's going to begin probably blowing some air into this piece, shaping it so that we can eventually start turning it into something new. The glory holes, as we call them, they're about 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah. And we use them specifically just to reheat. Oh, look at that. I love when they listen to what I'm saying. Yeah, so they reheat our glass. When it starts to cool down, that's how we get our glass to warm back up so that it's kind of almost fluid, so that we can start using it again. And actually, if we could show the diagram on the glass furnace, that would be great. So just to also run some information by you about the glass furnaces, because they're a little bit different. These are the ones that actually have like the doors on them that have to be open, and they run 24/7. So we never turn those ones off. You can imagine having to reheat 1,000 pounds of molten glass would take quite a lot of time. And those are about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, which is the melting temperature of the glass that we use. So you'll be able to see now as one of our glass blowers starts to blow air through the other end of the pipe, we're going to see the glass start to expand as we create more of a hollow space inside that we can't see just because we're working with colored glass now. And you'll notice we're actually putting our glass inside of what we call an optic mold. So this is allowing us to create pattern and a new kind of look to the glass on the surface. If you look close enough, as it starts to cool down, you'll be able to see it a little bit more. It's going to kind of be these ridges that we basically added to the outside of our glass. So what he's been doing is rolling it on what we call our marver table. So this is a spot where glass blowers roll their glass so that they can kind of create a very smooth cylindrical shape. Also in our case, he's basically taking that pattern that we added to the outside of the glass and twisting it in a way. By spinning it in a certain way on the marver table, he's able to actually get that pattern to start to twist on itself and kind of create this more rotating pattern instead of it just being straight ridges up and down. As we start to blow air into the glass and it gets a little bit thinner, we're going to be able to see that pattern show up a lot more. He's going in with a tool that we call our jacks. And what it does is can kind of basically create indentations into the glass. And something really important in glass blowing is what we call a jack line. It's going to be a indentation like a neck to the bottle, the bowl, whatever we're making. And what we're doing is basically preparing a weak spot in the glass for when we get ready to actually break it off of its pipe to start working with the other side. So you can see as he pinches up towards where the glass meets the pipe, he's creating that jack line. So the process for that is a little bit complicated to explain because most of the glass blowers that we have working here actually have been here since the museum opened. So they had previous glass experience, whether it be through some sort of school or working somewhere else. Kind of already had a little bit of a name for themselves before they came here. In other cases, sometimes we have like alumni from the Hilltop Artists program, so people who blew glass with Hilltop Artists, which is a local company that is housed out of a middle school. It's basically a production team. It starts from age 13 all the way until 18. Once you're an alumni of that program, some opportunities start to open up in some locations. So yeah, like Trenton, who's actually blowing into the pipe right now. He came from Hilltop Artists. I would say most definitely. It's probably one of the only like pretty inclusive programs for local students. They also have a hot shop that they run out of in Silas High School as well. But that's definitely where I'd go. They have an after-school program. I think it's open to more than just like students that are going there. But yeah. So you can see we're starting to get a little bit of glass on the end of a pipe prepared to be what we call the puntee. And this is how we're going to actually move the glass from the blowpipe onto a new pipe. So you can see we've created a flat bottom to the piece so that we can actually connect that new pipe on. And this is where that jack line that we created earlier, the weak spot, is going to come in really important. This is where we actually encourage the glass to break off by sending those vibrations through. So you can see we're on a new pipe now. We're going to go ahead and get prepared to start opening up that opposite end. So what we're doing is going in with basically these large tweezers that we can use in glass to kind of pull some of that glass away from the end, and then going in with our shears and trimming it away. You'll see we're now going from the inside of this cup and starting to open up those walls. And as that glass starts to cool down, we're able to actually see the true color that is starting to shine through instead of that glowing, orangey kind of yellow. You can see how pretty and blue it is. We're going to go ahead and use the blowtorch to get rid of that rough edge left over from where the pipe was connected. And then you'll see he picks it up and takes it on over to the annealer. Usually the process for this to reach room temperature is about overnight. Can we give them a round of applause for a finished piece? So you can see Sarah's on the other side of the hot shop. She's preparing the next piece that we're going to get started on. And then you'll be able to kind of see the process again. So I'm seeing that we've brought out a bucket, so we filled that with water, and we're going to be doing a really fun technique in glass blowing where we actually dunk our glass into water, and it creates this crackle effect on the surface. So it actually doesn't break the entire thing. It just kind of creates this cracked look on the outside of the glass. So there is a chance that we will be using that at some point a little bit here on one of the pieces so that we can get a really cool effect. Probably have one color on the inside so that as it cracks you can actually see that second color inside of the cracks, but it'll have a different color on the whole surface. So it'll be really interesting to see what we end up, deciding to do with that. So what we went ahead and did is allowed that color to actually cool down that we had on the surface of our glass, so that as we go into our glass furnace, we don't have any chances of it stripping off and going into our clear glass. So any color that we use in the hot shop here is manually added by us. And it usually comes pre-made. We get it in forms of like a powder, kind of dust. Sometimes it's really powdery and fine. Other times it's more kind of rocky almost, you can imagine. In other cases, we get it in a bar form where it's just a solid bar of color that we break into smaller chunks that we then heat up and apply to the whole surface of the glass. You can see on the bench we're going in shaping that fresh hot glass that we've added on. And even though it looks like it has some sort of color on it, it doesn't. The glass that we just added is completely clear, but since it's so molten and hot, it's going to look like it has some sort of yellow, kind of glowing orange color. Yeah, thanks for coming in, you guys. Have a good tour. There's lots of good stuff to see in the gallery right now. So you can see as this glass starts to cool down a little bit more, we're able to actually see that color start to poke out again. And we're going into the glass furnace getting another gather of some hot glass. And we just did something that we call actually a strip gather. So what we actually just did is went to something that we call our powder box. So we could apply a very, very fine powder onto the surface of the glass. And it looks like we're using a very vibrant yellow color. Welcome in, you guys. Man, I'm excited to see some faces in here. We've had a little nice moment of some silence after we had a bunch of high schoolers in here. Yeah. Well, welcome in, everybody. Welcome to the Museum of Glass Hot Shop. My name is Charlotte. I'm going to be your MC, so I'm the one to let you know what's happening on the floor. And if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them. So, yeah, let me know. We're having a pretty relaxed day today. Usually we have what we call like a residency where an artist will come for the week and be in here making art pieces with our staff. But this week we do not. So we are just kind of hanging out with our museum glass artists, getting to make whatever we desire. So we've been making some really fun tumblers and vases. And I believe we have already started on another one. So you'll be able to see basically the process from start to finish if you hang out. We just started it, so you haven't missed much. Probably not, actually. No, I don't think so. At least the last one that we didn't have one. Yeah, look at him knowing terms. What we will be doing, though, is a really fun technique that I love that you don't get to see too frequently, where we actually dunk the entire blown glass into water, and it creates this crackling effect. Yeah, it crackles the whole outside, so it doesn't break the whole thing, but it just creates this really cool effect on the surface. So what we're doing is inside of what we call a powder box. So off to the side, you can't actually see them right now, but up on the screen you can see we're kind of dusting this powder onto the surface of the glass, kind of like how you would dust on your powdered sugar onto maybe a delicious dessert. And so we already had an established color on the inside. We chose kind of this lighter blue color, and then we're going on top of that blue color with this really vibrant yellow, so that when we dunk it in the water, in the cracks, we'll be able to see the blue color, and then on the surface, it'll be that yellow. So it'll be two colors kind of working together. It's going to be really pretty. Yeah, we already did one, so I'm excited that we have people in here with us to actually see it happen this time. You'll see he's going to go back over to that powder box again. So the reason we use a box like this for coloring the glass in this way is specifically just because of how fine that glass is. If we were to be inhaling that, it could be extremely dangerous. So inside of the box, the powder box, it actually has an air vent kind of sucking up the air so that none of it is escaping and getting into the lungs of our glass blowers. Yeah, so what we call the glory hole, where we reheat the glass, is about 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. Oh, look at that. They're pulling up the slide about it. So it says 2,300 on there, but actually that's the melting temperature of glass. And we don't usually keep our glory holes at that temperature. I don't know. I wish I knew, but I don't actually know. This is cane, actually, down here on the table. These are small rods of glass that we can use to basically put in a pattern next to each other, stacked like this. And then you would take your glass, imagine my pencil's the glass, and you would come in and roll it onto the surface to create a pattern. Yeah. So it looks like someone was over here using these guys to actually cut this into small 3-inch, 4-inch pieces. No, usually we make it here. Yeah, cane is something that we make here. It's a really cool process to watch. They lay out these wooden ladders right in front here, and then two people will take glass that's connected to two separate pipes and slowly walk away from each other to stretch out the glass. Kind of looks like pulling taffy almost, right? You can imagine you're pulling that liquid, but it starts to harden really quickly as it cools down. Oh, look at that. Oh my gosh, they're on top of it today. We're going to watch the pulling cane video so that you guys can actually see. So one pipe has the glass, and then another pipe that we call the post is going to connect to the other side of that glass. We kind of give it a pre-stretch, and then we pass it off to the other person, and then the stretching begins. It's really a cool process. Lots of fun to watch them do it in the hot shop. And you can see they just allow all that glass to stretch into those thin bars, those thin little rods of glass. And then they trim it down, put it into pieces, and then we're able to actually use it to create pattern on the surface of our glass. So there you go. There's a little video all about how we pull cane and use it in glass blowing. And just in time to see him dunk the glass into the bucket of water to get those cracks on it. As he blows air into it, you're going to be able to see those cracks separate and create bigger space in between them. So I can hear a popular conversation happening up there. Are they wearing protection? I hear you saying, how are they protecting themselves? Oh my gosh, how are they doing that? What if it breaks? What if they get hit with the hot glass? Like he said, they're professionals, right? They've done this for many, many years. And they are wearing protection. You just don't necessarily see it because they look pretty like they're wearing their casual everyday outfit. In the hot shop, we wear some sort of eye protection when we're working with the glass. They have to wear cotton t-shirts. That's so that any other material won't actually melt onto them. And then closed-toe shoes. That's pretty much all the requirements that we have for some sort of, safety in the hot shop. Of course, long sleeves are always nice. And then they'll also put on protective sleeves when they're working with bigger pieces. So you can imagine once a piece starts to get bigger, it's going to kind of transfer that heat a lot more. And so they will start to wear some sort of protective gloves or arm covering. But in our case, we're working with stuff that's relatively smaller. And so they don't usually burn themselves. And if they do, it's usually on their tools, actually, not the glass itself. Yeah. So we can see those cracks in the surface of that glass. We're going in using what we call our jacks to create a jack line. So this is basically creating a weak spot in the glass so that eventually we can be ready to break it off of its original pipe onto a new one. He's now going to start using this surface over here. We have kind of a plank of wood with some newspaper, some damp newspaper on top. And he's going to start using that to get this cone shape. We're looking for a cone. So he's going to be taking it at a certain angle and rotating that glass on that surface. It's not as bad as you think it'd be. And actually, it's all natural gas that we use to power everything in here, yeah. Huh? It's a What people don't realize a lot is that these huge barrels that we're reheating in actually retain a lot of their heat. They were made and designed in a very smart way to be able to kind of insulate and hold all that heat in there. So even when you're standing in front of it, yes, of course it's extremely hot, but not as hot as you would think it would be. I kind of compare it to like when you're preheating your oven and it's ready to go, and you open it up to put your food in it and it kind of blasts you with that heat. It's kind of a similar feeling. So we can see that we're starting to flatten out that bottom, what will eventually be like what the vase sits and rests on. We're going in and using these wooden paddles actually to apply pressure to flatten that glass. We're using that blowtorch to apply some specific heat up towards the top of the piece where the glass meets the pipe, because that part of the glass starts to cool down a lot quicker than the rest. And it's where we eventually are going to be breaking off the piece. So we want to make sure that it's up to temperature and matching the temperature of the rest of the piece. So you're saying that when they rolled it on this newspaper, why didn't the newspaper stick to it? Because it looks like it should, right? No, that's from the cracks, from us dunking it in the water. That's the blue showing through. That was underneath the yellow. But the newspaper won't stick to the glass because it's wet, it's damp. So as that heat hits the damp newspaper, the actual kind of evaporated water is creating almost like a shield between the two, right? It's kind of like when you play air hockey. I don't know if you've ever played air hockey and how the pucks kind of float on the surface because the air is blowing up. It's the same concept, right? There's kind of that air in between the two, making it so that that newspaper won't burn up and stick to it. It's really interesting. We're going to go ahead and switch on to a new pipe. A little bit of water on that jack line we made earlier, tapping it off. So it's really pretty simple. We're creating a weak spot in the glass by creating that jack line that we did earlier. By adding that water, we're creating some very small kind of spider web cracks in the surface of the glass so that as we tap it and send vibrations through the pipe, it encourages it to break at that spot that we've purposefully made weak. You'll see he's just going in, making some slight adjustments, and then we're going to start getting ready to actually open this piece up from that opening that we had left over from the blowpipe, because the whole inside's hollow, so we're able to get inside of it from that small hole we have left over. So you can see we've gotten that top half of the piece really, really nice and hot. And he's going to go in with his tweezers and start pinching at that opening, pulling the glass out and away from the rest of the piece. And then coming in with his shears, basically big scissors that we can use on glass, to trim away that excess. And now I encourage you that as that glass that just fell on the ground, you can see it, the orange piece, as it starts to cool down, watch what color it'll change, because it'll start to cool very quickly and the color will completely change. He's going in with his jacks from the inside of the piece and starting to open up the actual mouth of the vase. And he actually kind of pushed that edge outwards to create this kind of lip. Yeah. So the inside of this vase will actually be that kind of blue color, a very light, almost baby blue, a little bit teal, while the outside is that vibrant yellow. There's another finished vase. Why don't we give them a round of applause for a finished piece? So now that piece is in what we call our annealer, which is the large black boxes on either side of the hot shop. And it'll rest in there until we set it on a timer to slowly cool down over a longer period of time. Usually it's about 12 hours, like an overnight type of thing. Depends on the thickness of the glass. So I've heard of pieces having to be in the annealer for weeks because of how thick the glass is. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. Enjoy your day. Have a good one. For those of you who may have joined us maybe partially through the process, we're just repeating it all over again. So if you want to see it and you didn't get to see the whole thing, we're going to be working on another one again here. You can see we actually have pulled out some color, we've heated it up, and we're getting ready for it to be put onto the surface of our clear bubble. So this is how we color most of our pieces, at least if we want it to be a consistent color. We will actually take a solid bar of color and divide it into smaller pieces, heat it up, and then be able to actually put it onto the surface of the start of our piece, which is a clear bubble. So you'll be able to see that process now as we take that color and drop it onto the surface of the clear glass. I like to think of it as basically giving the glass bubble a little hat. So we gave it a little colored hat, and now we're going to start spreading the color down all sides of it so that it colors the entire thing. Hi, you guys. I will let you know that for the start, we actually always started over on this side, but eventually it'll move to this middle bench. So wherever you sit, it will kind of eventually move to this middle area where you can definitely see it a little bit better. But we're working on some bases right now. So we're doing a really fun crackle effect on the surface. So they actually dunk the glass into a bucket of water to create these cracks on the surface. So yeah, we just got started, so you came at the perfect time. So you'll see we're going into our glass furnace to gather some hot glass onto the surface of what we already had. And he's going to actually allow some of that glass to strip off. And then taking it back behind where you can't quite see, but we'll pull it up on the screen. They're going into the powder box. So we're applying a very fine dust of glass color onto the surface of the hot glass. So since this powder is extremely fine and can be very dangerous to inhale, we always apply it inside of this powder box so that basically that air is being sucked up through a ventilation system, making sure we don't inhale it. It looks like we're using a pretty deep blue, kind of royal blue color on the surface. Taking it back into the hot shop, they're going to now melt this color into the surface, and then we'll repeat this process one more time. So now that we've added that second layer of the powder, you'll see that we're just melting it in again to the surface and adding another layer on. And we kind of just sift it on there. Like it's very thin layer of this color that we end up adding right onto that surface by just dusting it on. And then again, just melting it in. So just a reminder, on the inside of this piece we have one color, while on the outside we have this dark, rich kind of blue that you're seeing. So in a moment here, when we get ready to dunk it into the bucket of water and we get those cracks in the surface, the color that is hiding on the inside will start to show up through those cracks. So we'll kind of get this ability to see both colors, but one of them will only be peeking through in the cracks that we make on the surface of the glass. And then as we start to open the vase up and give it its shape, the inside of it will be one color while the outside is another. Here comes the fun part where we actually dunk that glass into the bucket of water. And then as we blow air into it, it's going to actually stretch it so those cracks start to actually appear on the surface. And this is when you'll be able to see that secondary color that's on the inside start to poke through. Migrate your way over here as we move to the center bench. So yeah, since the glass is so hot, the color that's on the inside will be really pretty difficult to see, especially since it's a green color. Greens and yellows and oranges tend to just show up as a very vibrant, kind of glowing orange. Whereas on the outside, the color that we can see pretty clearly is a blue. It's a very intense blue color. And as it heats up, it starts to show as maybe a little bit more purple, kind of pinkish. But as this cools down, we'll actually be able to see those colors start to show up a little bit more as we start working with it and watch this whole thing kind of come together. So if you look close enough, you can actually see those cracks in the surface that we added by dunking the entire thing into water. These cracks will definitely show up a little bit more as air gets added and as we start to put more shape to the piece. What you'll see now is we're taking it over to the surface that has some damp newspaper set down, and he's rotating to shape the glass into like a cone shape. So we're trying to get a very specific shape out of it, and so we're able to use flat surfaces to help us achieve that cone. You'll see now as he sits down at the bench, we're going to get ready to flatten that bottom of the vase. So by using a wooden paddle and applying some pressure to the bottom, we're able to actually flatten that glass down and create a base. You'll notice we're getting a little bit of glass on the end of a solid pipe, and this is so that we can actually switch our entire piece over onto a new pipe so that we can eventually start working with the other side and begin opening up the mouth of the vase. You can see we're going to make the connection between the two, and then we're going to get ready to tap our piece off of its original pipe and onto the new one. Grabbing a little bit of water and applying it to that jack line that we made earlier, tapping it right off. You'll see that we have heated that top part of the vase. And he's going in with his tweezers, pinching at the opening, pulling that glass away so that he can come in and actually trim it off. Sitting back down at the bench, he's going to go from the inside of the piece and begin opening up the actual mouth of the vase, starting to shape it out. And you can see he's actually going in and flaring that lip out a little bit of the vase. And now we can actually kind of see a little bit better how there's that color hidden on the inside that's different than the color on the outside. And especially as it starts to cool down, you can really start to see the difference in those colors. And that green that I was talking about a little bit earlier is starting to pop out much more. We're going to get ready to break this thing off of its pipe and put it away. torching the bottom just to get rid of those rough edges and get ready for a museum stamp. And then taking it over to our annealer to be cooled. Can we give our artist a round of applause? All right, so we'll be starting the process again to make the same thing we just finished on. So if you want to see it from the beginning, you'll get to see how it starts, which is we get some clear glass on the end of a pipe. He will actually blow a small bubble into that clear glass, and then we'll heat up some color that'll get dropped onto the surface of that clear glass so that we can color it. I think we're using the same colors that we just used, so he'll get some green color onto the surface of that clear bubble. Create some layers on top of it of clear glass before then going in and getting the powdered blue color on top. So you can see we did what we call a color drop, and we actually let that color go right onto the top of that clear bubble, and then he actually kind of spread it across the entire surface. So you can see what we have now is that color on top of what we already previously had, so that we have this opaque color that will be on the inside of the vase. Because now we're going to go in and we're going to allow this to cool down quite a bit, so that when we go to start getting fresh layers of glass, we don't have any risk of any of that color stripping off in any way. So you can see he's going in, getting some more clear glass on top. And although that clear glass might look like it has some sort of a color to it as it comes out, that's just because of how hot it is. So it will not affect the color that we already previously just put on to the glass. You'll see he walks it back to the powder box. We get a little nice camera view of what's going on inside there. Since this color is such a fine powder and it's still glass, we have to do it inside of this protective box that keeps it ventilated so that no one's breathing in the powdered glass. But we'll apply this to the surface and then melt it in to create a new color on the surface of the glass. So again, that super rich very vibrant blue that they're going in with. You can see they kind of just dust it right onto the surface. He'll come back out, melt it into the surface before repeating the process to add some more color. So you'll notice that he just dunked the entire thing into a bucket of water 3 separate times. And as air starts to enter the glass, we can really start to see that by dunking the glass into the water while it's hot, it actually creates these cracks on the surface of the glass. And so as we continue to add air and increase its diameter, we're going to see those cracks expand as well. And we're going to be able to see that green color that we applied way earlier at the beginning of the steps and process of it all start to peek through those cracks. So this is how we're able to see that first color that we added kind of sneak through. So you'll notice that he actually just was spinning the entire glass piece that we've been working on. This is because we want that force of gravity to actually stretch it. So by that rotational spin, we're actually making the glass stretch out longer. Since we want this to be a cone shape in the end, we need to get some more length on it. So by spinning it, rotating it, we're getting more of that kind of weight to disperse down towards the bottom and stretch the piece out. Well, hello, welcome in everyone. You guys are coming in at a perfect time because we are making good progress on a vase right now. So if you look close enough, you can see that the surface of the vase has these cracks in it, which is actually achieved by dunking the entire piece into water. So while the glass is really hot, we dunk the whole thing into water, and it creates these surface level cracks on the outside. What else is really cool about this piece is that on the outside we're seeing one color, but on the inside there's actually a different color. So we have two colors happening. Right now we're seeing a really intense blue as it starts to cool down. But in between those cracks, there's going to be a green that will also be on the inside of the piece. You'll see we're coming over to this kind of flat area with some damp newspaper that we're using as a way to roll the glass and get this cone shape that we're looking for. So by rolling the glass at a certain angle on this surface, we're able to actually help get that kind of shape that we're looking for. Now you can see that the bottom is really glowing that bright orange. This is because we're going in and starting to flatten out the actual bottom of the piece where it will be able to evenly rest on a table. So what we're getting ready for now is to actually switch the entire piece onto a new pipe. So Sarah's preparing what we call the punty to be brought over and attached to the bottom of the vase so that we can actually start working with the opposite side and opening up the vase. You'll see they're going to make that connection between the two as we attach that new pipe onto the bottom of the piece. And then we'll be getting prepared to break the piece off of its original pipe. He's going to grab a little bit of water and actually apply that to the top of the piece at the jack line, as we call it. It's basically a weak spot that we previously created in the neck of the entire piece. And then he's going to go in and tap it off of the pipe. So by sending those vibrations through the pipe, he's encouraging the glass to break in that specific area. We purposely made it weak by adding the water. It creates these very small cracks in the surface. And then also, it's the thinnest part of the entire piece. So we're kind of just using all these different elements to make sure that when we tap it, it breaks right in that spot. So you'll see as he pulls it out from the glory hole where we reheat the glass, he's purposefully heated up that top half so that he can come in and start pinching and pulling that glass away from the piece itself so that he can go in and actually trim away that excess glass. Once again, you'll be able to see the same step as before, pinching at that opening, pulling that glass away, to then go in and trim it off. So you'll see now he's going from the inside of the piece to apply a little bit of pressure to start opening up the mouth of the vase. He's now actually going to kind of push that lip outwards to create a little bit of a kind of different look to the opening of the vase. Instead of it just being open, he's kind of pulling those pieces back. And what we're doing now is just getting prepared to actually break it off and put it away into what we call our annealer. You'll see a little bit of water again. He's going to get ready to tap it off. We're going to torch the bottom so that we can have the glass hot enough to stamp it. And then one of our glass blowers will pick it up and walk it on over to the annealer, where it will sit and then eventually be cooled back down to room temperature. Can we give our artists a round of applause for a finished vase? All right, so it does look like we should, I think we're going to finish one more before we go off to lunch. So if you do want to hang out and see another one get made, please do. If not, enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks for coming and visiting us. I actually think since we're using some different techniques for color today, can we actually show the video all about color in glass blowing?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
Well, wasn't that fun? So that's one of the many ways that we can color our glass. Color overlay is pretty popular because it can give a consistent color, and so therefore you won't have any sort of variations in the opacity and the thickness of the color. In our case, the first color that we use that's on the inside of our vase that we're making was a color overlay, whereas the color that you see right now on top was powdered glass that we actually then dusted onto the surface. One of the other ways that we can color glass is with something that we call a frit. So it's kind of like a more chunky, I like to call it like, it feels like rocks. You know, like you think powdered glass is like a sand form. Frit is kind of like pebbles that we're able to roll onto the surface. And then finally, the bar is how we get that very consistent color. Frit is really cool because it can provide a very unique color and actually a lot of variation in it as well, where sometimes you'll still see the clear peeking through, and some parts may be a more highly saturated color than other parts. So it definitely just depends on what effect our glass blowers are trying to give with a piece. So you'll see we're going in with a wooden paddle so that we can start flattening the bottom of the vase, giving it somewhere where it can evenly rest on a flat surface with. This is one of my favorite parts because you can actually hear the cracks in the surface as he holds those jacks up to it. You can actually hear it hitting that actual texture. I think it's really interesting. We'll now be getting prepared to switch over onto a new pipe so we can start working with the other side. And here we go, adding that little bit of water to our jack line and getting ready to tap off. You'll see that he heated up that front half of the piece so that he can come in and start pinching with the tweezers at that opening to then go in and trim away that excess with the shears. These are a special type of scissors that we use in glass blowing to be able to cut through the glass. Gonna repeat that same step of pinching at the opening, pulling that glass away from the rest of the piece, and coming in and trimming it off. Now he's going from the inside of the piece, starting to open up the mouth of the vase. And then just opening up that lip to create a little bit of dimension up at the top there to create an interesting opening to the vase. And now we'll just be getting ready to break this piece off to be put away into the annealer, where it will then sit and slowly be brought down to room temperature. A little bit of water once again to get it ready to be broken off. Heating that connection point so that we can add our stamp to the bottom. And taking it away. One more round of applause for our artists and a finished. Thanks so much for coming into the museum. We hope to see you again soon. I do believe we are going on our hour lunch. So if you want to go walk around the gallery, if you haven't checked it out yet, we'll be back in about an hour to continue some more live demonstrations. Thank you so much. All right, welcome into the Hot Shop to everyone who's been trickling in and joined us. Right, so I just want to introduce what we have going on in general. So today on the Hot Shop floor, we have our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. These guys are working full-time for the museum at this moment. And whenever we have our Hot Shop team, usually we'll be working on store items, very rarely, sometimes commission pieces, but we are working on some store items right now. And these pieces are going to end up being crackle vases, and you'll see the crackle pattern come into effect. I'll make sure to explain the whole process in depth as they go through it. But yeah, overall we're just going to see some kind of cone-shaped vases. They'll be wider on the bottom and then smaller at the top. And that's all starting over on the left bench. We will usually start our projects on the side benches and then move over to the center bench and fully blow the piece out and turn it into its final form. So this is where we will apply some colored glass and start blowing the bubble in general. So this right here, we have a hollow pipe or a blowpipe, and we've gathered a single layer of clear glass on the end. I'll make sure to point out the tank that we use for that. It's the large tank with the closed door specifically. And we have heated up some solid colored glass. We don't make the colored glass ourselves. We instead get it shipped in the form of a bar, which we then just pick up on the end of another pipe and melt it down. So we've taken a molten section of that color, we've dropped it on top of the clear bubble, and this is how we get color across the entire piece in general. So any piece that appears to have a solid color, this is how we get it.